maybe 1,000 years ago, or more than 1,000 years ago, 1,200 years ago. There's a story that there was a Chinese monk who was living in Tibet and was teaching this kind of meditation. He may have been a Zen. He may have been from the Zen tradition. I don't know, but he said that when you meditate, you shouldn't have any thoughts at all, whether they're good thoughts or bad thoughts. All thoughts are a hindrance to the practice of meditation. He said, he used the analogy of clouds. He said, whether the clouds are white or the clouds are black, they still obscure the sky, they obscure the sun. So you should just clear away all thoughts, whether they're good or bad. So he was teaching this kind of meditation, non-conceptual, thought-free meditation, and apparently it was quite popular. And then anyway, there's this long story about a debate that was held between him and an Indian master, because there were also Indian masters in Tibet who were teaching, and they were teaching another kind of meditation where you do thinking, analysis, not just wild, crazy, out of control thinking about anything at all, but very structured thinking to be able to actually correct the incorrect or mistaken ways of thinking that we have and change them into more correct ways. So the debate was held by the king, and the result of the debate was that the Indian master won. And so that sort of set the tone in Tibet that there was, analytical meditation using thought concepts was accepted, and also not just accepted, but was considered to be very important. I don't know what to say more. The reasoning behind it is that what we're ultimately in Buddhism, what we are trying to achieve is the state of enlightenment, the state of Buddhahood, which is like a fully developed, fully perfect, fully positive state of mind. And in order to achieve that state of mind, we all have the potential. We have the ability, the potential to achieve that state of mind. But in order to achieve that state of mind, there are various things that need to be done, various practices, various trainings that we need to do with our mind. And like I mentioned this morning, concentration is one of those practices. So concentration is very important. And when we do concentration meditation, we don't want to be thinking about things. So we just want to have one object, the breath, or other objects could be used, but you just have this one object and you focus on that, concentrate on that, keep coming back to that, and you don't let your mind get carried away thinking about other things. So thinking is a hindrance, an obstacle to that kind of meditation practice. So that is true, but that's not the only kind of meditation practice that there is. And it's also not the only kind of meditation practice that will enable us to reach enlightenment. So just with that kind of practice alone, concentration meditation alone, you will not be able to reach enlightenment. Your mind will not be able to achieve full enlightenment. You can achieve some extraordinary states of mind, which are really blissful and peaceful. And yeah, I'm not talking from experience, but just what's described in the teachings. They say you can have these extraordinary experiences as a result of concentration, but those states of mind are not enlightened. And one of the main things we need to do to reach enlightenment is the development of wisdom that sees the true nature of things. And to be able to see the true nature of things, you need to use analysis. You need to use conceptualization. You need to, because the problem is we have within our mind, we already have ideas about things. We already have lots of thoughts and concepts about ourselves and about others and about the world and about everything. We have lots and lots of thoughts, and most of our thoughts are mistaken in one way or another. And we need to correct those mistaken states of mind. They won't just go away by themselves, and they won't go away just by developing single pointed concentration. They might become very, very, very quiet, very subdued, but that alone doesn't eliminate them from the mind. So to be able to eliminate mistaken thoughts, mistaken concepts, mistaken ways of thinking, we have to use other thoughts that are correct, that are unmistaken. It's like correct ways of thinking, correct concepts will knock out the incorrect ones. Does that make sense? And to be able to develop those correct, unmistaken thoughts or concepts, we need to use analysis. So this is the basic reason why analytical meditation is needed in addition to concentration meditation in order to fully develop our mind to enlightenment. But of course, it depends on what it is you want to do with your practice of meditation. Maybe not everybody does want to reach enlightenment. Yeah. So if what you want is just to feel peaceful and calm and relaxed and so forth, then maybe it's not necessary to do analytical meditation. So that's up to you. So it's up to each person what it is they want to achieve and what kind of practice they feel is most suited for them. But the point is, if we want to go all the way to enlightenment and even to attain nirvana, liberation from samsara, it's not possible to do that just with concentration meditation alone. Now, to fully understand that, I'm trying to make it really, really simple, but there's a lot more to it than that, like to fully understand it all. But that gets very complicated, so I'm not going to go into all of that. Any questions about this, what I just said? Does it make sense? Well, I haven't actually studied Zen Buddhism. I've only heard a little bit and read a few books. It sounds, from what I've heard, it does sound like they yeah, it's no concepts, only non-conceptual meditation. So whether or not with that one will be able to go all the way to enlightenment, I don't know. But just recently I watched a film it was a film about actually a European-born Zen master who passed away a few years ago in the Korean tradition. And so they kind of had interviews with him, but they also showed a center where he was teaching and guiding retreats and so forth, and talking about their practice. And at one point, it showed them chanting. They were chanting. It didn't say what they were chanting, but probably sutras, probably the sutras of the Buddha. And it said that sometimes they would do these retreats where they would chant 8 hours a day. I thought, wow, that's really a lot. And I don't know what one is supposed to do while chanting a sutra. Is one supposed to only chant, or should one be contemplating the meaning of the words that one is chanting? You know what I mean? Because I mean, the sutras of the Buddha are that's where Buddha teaches, for example, wisdom, the perfection of wisdom. You know, how to develop the correct understanding of reality. And I think most traditions do use the sutras. Sometimes they even memorize the sutras, and then they're reciting them off by heart. And that could be a kind of analytical, because you shouldn't just be blank-minded when you're saying sutras. You should be contemplating, what is the meaning of this? And in that way, some understanding can arise, some understanding can awaken. So maybe they don't call it analytical meditation. Yeah, maybe they don't use that terminology, but it seems like it could be a kind of analytical meditation. And then also with the Theravada tradition, I had this kind of discussion or argument with a friend who's kind of got one foot in the Theravada tradition and one foot in the Tibetan tradition. And he says, oh, there's no analytical meditation in Theravada Buddhism. But I have doubt about that as well because, for example, metta, the meditation on metta or loving kindness, where you could spend a lot of time, even hours, just contemplating sentient beings, different groups of sentient beings in different places and so forth, and then feeling may they be happy and may they be free of suffering and so on. So that's analytical. That's not like totally focusing on only one thing and not thinking about anything else. It's a kind of analytical meditation. So I think it does exist in other traditions, even though they may not use that particular term, analytical meditation. Mm. Oh, sorry, Tina. Well, when you're listening to the Dharma, I think ideally, there should be some contemplation going on. You should be kind of thinking about what you are hearing. I think you could be doing meditation at the same time. In fact, there's this famous quotation from one of the masters in the Tibetan tradition who says that he does all three at the same time. When he listens to teachings, he's also, thinking about them and meditating on them. So you could make listening to teachings a meditation. Well, this is a good question because what they say in our tradition is that there are three things we need to do in order to progress along the path. One is listening. Listening can mean, because in the past, at the time of the Buddha, they didn't have books. So the only way that people would learn was by listening. The teachings were transmitted orally for 300 years after the Buddha passed away. So people would just listen to, and then some of them had amazing powers of retention. They were able to memorize all the words and then repeat them to their disciples and so forth. So listening means listening to teachings, but nowadays we do have books, so it also includes studying, reading. So anyway, it's acquiring information, whether orally or through reading. So that's the first step. We first have to acquire the material, the information. And then the second step is called thinking or reflecting. And that involves, I think it could involve meditation. It could involve what we call meditation, for example, where we're just kind of contemplating, thinking about what does this mean and how do I relate to it, and bringing in different stories or experiences or so forth. The third step is called meditation, but there it seems to be much more focused. This is actually a question I have. It's not always completely clear to me the difference between the second and third step, this thinking and meditation. But what it seems is that the process of thinking itself could be analytical meditation. So this is where you're actually thinking about going over in your mind the material you have read or heard, trying to understand it more deeply and ideally reach some sort of conclusion, some sort of conviction about it. And then you meditate on it. And it seems that third step of meditation is when you apply single pointed concentration. Okay, so let's say like this morning we were meditating on the precious human rebirth. So the ideal thing would be to first hear teachings on it, listen to teachers explaining this topic and all the different points, plus reading on your own in order to get more information. So you get the basic material, the information, and you think about it. Oh, what does this mean? And why do they say this? And I think it's also really helpful because the Buddha said, and all the teachers, especially the Dalai Lama says, we shouldn't just blindly believe and accept things, but we need to check, is this really true? Yeah, have doubts, questions, and really investigate, is this really true or not? So you go through that kind of process of investigating and checking if something is true or not. And then hopefully you reach a point where you feel convinced. Okay, so with that particular topic, you would reach a point where you feel, wow, I have this life, this human life with all these qualities, and it's really, really rare to have such a life. Most of the other beings in the world don't have such a life. I have one, and it's really precious because with this life, I can do all these things, da 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 da. So you reach some kind of experience like that, where you're really convinced about it. That's through the second step. And then when you get that experience, then you're supposed to concentrate on it, like focus your mind just on that state of mind. It's like a realization, like an insight. So you focus on that and you make it very, very, very firm. I guess it's a bit similar to what they talk about in brain science. Not that I'm very knowledgeable about that, but they say that we can change our wiring, the wiring of our brain, by just familiarizing ourselves with new ideas and then trying to stay with those new ideas as long as possible. And that way we counteract the old unhealthy or incorrect ideas that we have and make these very firm imprints. What's the term they use? Neural pathway or yeah. I don't know. I think it's, anyway, I forget the terminology, but it's similar. Making new neural pathways in our brain. So it's similar in Buddhism, we say making new insights in our mind, new experiences in our mind. And so we have to do this process again and again and again and make it firmer and firmer and deeper and deeper. And eventually it becomes your actual experience. Yeah. So you actually you become a transformed person, a different person. As a result of this, you're doing things differently, you're living your life differently, you have different priorities and so on. So you actually transform yourself in this way. So they say that's the three-step process of listening and thinking and meditating. So sometimes it's explained like that, like 3 separate steps. But like I said, there's this quotation from this great master of the past who said he would do all 3 at the same time. So if you get really good at it, while you're listening, you can also be thinking, analyzing, and also get an insight and then stay focused on that. So I think you have a really well-developed, flexible mind. You could do all 3 at the same time. So does that, I even forget your original question, but does that answer? I mean, in the beginning, when we're first learning the Dharma, like going to teachings and so on, we may not be able to do all of this, partly because our mind isn't so developed. So it's hard to just stay focused and stay awake. We're falling asleep and our mind is wandering away. So even to be able to stay focused on the teachings, on what's being said, can be quite challenging. So I think it would take quite a bit of mental development to get to the point where you can be doing all 3 of those things at the same time. But yeah, so analytical meditation, like what we were doing this morning, seems like it might actually belong to the second of the 3 steps, the thinking part of the step. That's my idea, but I could be wrong. And then they say what you should do is do this analytical, and ideally analytical meditation is something you do on your own. doing it in a group like this with someone like me sitting up in front and saying, now think about this, now think about that. This actually wasn't done in Tibet. They didn't do it like that. I think what they would do in Tibet is a teacher, a lama, would give teachings, and then he would tell the students, now go away and meditate on this. Think about this. And so then each person would have to meditate on their own. They didn't have guided meditations. But this is something that we started doing when I think Western people started coming to Tibetan lamas in the 60s and 70s and so on, and wanting to learn the Dharma. Then we started this practice of having guided meditations. But the Tibetan lamas kind of, what are you doing? They don't normally do that. Anyway, so the ideal thing is that you learn how to do your own analytical meditation. And I have to say myself, I prefer it that way. I like to do it on my own. I don't like someone else telling me how to meditate. And the way that I do it is, it's almost like talking to myself. Yeah. So I'll be sitting there and just going through the different points as if I'm giving a teaching or a lecture to myself within my own mind. And I could really spend a lot of time doing this because I like bringing in lots of different examples to illustrate the points. Examples from my own life, my own experience, but also from what I've heard from others, the news and so forth. So it's really, really interesting to bring in all these different examples to try to illustrate or deepen the points that I'm meditating on. So you spend however much time, it could be a few minutes, it could be an hour, 2 hours, however much time you are able to and you wish to, you spend doing that. And then the point is that at some point in the meditation, hopefully you will get some insight, some aha experience. You know that term, aha? Do you say that in Danish? Aha, huh? No. Anyway, that kind of, yeah, you really get something, some kind of experience of the meditation. And then when you get that aha experience, you're supposed to stop thinking, stop analyzing, and just concentrate on it. Focus on that experience as long as you can until it fades, until it, or your mind wanders or whatever. So ideally, one should be combining analytical and concentration meditation in that way. Yeah. And that they say that's the way of actually bringing about a transformation in your mind, changing your mind, rewiring your brain, whatever you want to call it, and changing yourself, changing your attitudes, your thoughts, your feelings, your life, and becoming a different person. So gradually, step by step by step, this is how one progresses to Buddhahood, to enlightenment. Yeah, if you get just heavily distracted when you're doing meditation, then coming back to the present, it's not actually in the Tibetan tradition, at least in the Gelugpa tradition that I've been following. The practice of meditation on the breath is normally only explained as a preliminary to other meditations to calm the mind down. Like they say, before starting your meditation, watch the breath for a while, like maybe 21 breaths, to calm yourself down, get yourself grounded, centered, and then do your analytical meditation or whatever. So it's not used as a complete meditation in itself. Well, it's very much used in the Theravada tradition. So I think that's how it got so much into the West. It's mainly from the Theravada tradition. But it's interesting because in teachings on calm abiding by Lama Tsongkhapa in his texts, which anyway, Lama Tsongkhapa was the kind of founder of the Gelugpa tradition, and he wrote a lot of wonderful texts, including texts on the whole path to enlightenment. So within that, there's teachings on how to develop calm abiding. And when it comes to doing calm abiding, there are different objects that one can use. And one of the objects mentioned, this is going back to the Buddhist teachings, is the breath. And he actually says in his text that if you're a person who has a lot of, what's the term? Discursiveness, you have a very discursive mind, a very blah, 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 busy mind, then it's best to use the breath. But then he goes on to say, but actually, you know, the best object to use is the visualized image of the Buddha, like we did this morning. You know, you visualize the Buddha and then you focus on that. Because by focusing on an image of the Buddha, then it's a very, you know, powerful and positive image on your mind. So it will have good imprints on your mind while you're developing calm abiding. So usually that's what they recommend. Yeah, whenever they teach calm abiding, they say use the image of the Buddha. But then many people find it difficult to do that. Very hard to visualize in the first place, and then, you know, to have a visualized image that you have to use as your object of concentration. So if you can't even see the Buddha, how can you focus on the Buddha? So, so I find it really interesting that most lamas just seem to ignore that point that Lama Tsongkhapa made about the breath being a good object for those with discursiveness, because I think most Westerners, I don't know about most, but many of us, we have that problem of a very busy, noisy, blah, 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 blah mind. So, I mean, that's, for me personally, that's the object that I like to use. But it's nice to know there are different objects, because some people don't like the breath. Breath doesn't work for some people. And some of the other objects one can use, one is loving kindness. That's one of the recommended objects. But that could be quite tough also, because it shouldn't just be like love for your boyfriend or your girlfriend. It should be universal love for all living beings, right? So you have to first generate that state of mind where you feel love for all beings in the universe, and then use that as your object of concentration. So to be able to get that object in the first place, you might have to do quite a lot of work. To really feel love for everybody. Another object recommended, or possible object, is emptiness. But again, you know, you have to first understand emptiness. You have to have a correct understanding of emptiness and then be able to use that as your object. So there are various objects that can be used, and so people can experiment with different objects and find hopefully one that works for them, and then use that as their. So I was going to talk about calm abiding meditation just a little bit, and I made this outline. I could pass around. I did send a chart. Those who received the materials that I sent last night, there's a chart on calm abiding. This comes from a book by Alan Wallace. He's a teacher, contemporary teacher, who has, I mean, he himself has done a lot of retreat, a lot of practice of calm abiding and teaching calm abiding and writing books about calm abiding. So he's quite a very, very knowledgeable and experienced in this topic of calm abiding. So this comes from one of his books. But then I also made this kind of outline, which is being passed out now. So the teachings on calm abiding are actually somewhat lengthy and complicated. I'm not going to go through all of it, but just some of the points. And then if you're interested, you can do research, find more information on your own. So the first part of the outline talks about the conditions for calm abiding. So the term calm abiding or shamatha actually refers to the end, the goal uh, that one is trying to work towards. Shamatha is a state of mind in which one is able to stay concentrated or focused on the object of one's choice for at least 4 hours without distraction, without sleepiness or dullness. So, like, completely perfect concentration on your object. And you experience physical and mental bliss. So there's, bliss in your body and mind. And also there's this other quality that it's usually translated as pliancy or serviceability. It's a particular quality where it says your body and mind are just totally at your disposal. You can use your body and mind as you wish. Yeah. Which is quite different than our normal state. For example, we don't have much control over our mind. We may want to feel happy, but our mind is invaded by unhappiness and irritation and all kinds of other disturbing emotions. Or we may want to focus on something, concentrate on something, but our mind just is going all over the place. So that's our normal state. That's a lack of this quality of pliancy or serviceability. So pliancy means you can just do whatever you want with your mind as you want, and with your body as well. Your body becomes extremely flexible and serviceable. So those are the criteria for the attainment of calm abiding. But when we are practicing, we're doing meditation with the goal of achieving calm abiding, then we can also call that calm abiding meditation. So calm abiding meditation is meditation that is practiced in order to achieve calm abiding or shamatha. So now if you really want to achieve calm abiding, you need to be in a pretty special environment. They say you should be in a very quiet, peaceful place and not do other things while you're there. Just focus on your practice and not be talking to people or doing other activities. Certainly not using your phone or your internet or reading newspapers and books and so on. So you're just single-pointedly focused on that practice. The reason for that is because all those other things, talking to people and so forth, going to the internet, it just brings more distractions in your mind. So then it becomes harder to concentrate. So if you really want to achieve calm abiding, that's what you need to do. And also you need, like, point B under 1 says reducing desires, and then C is developing contentment. So that means you need to have a state of mind that isn't full of desire, like always wanting to do other things or have other things and so on. That's a huge obstacle to meditation. You might have noticed that if you're trying to meditate, all these desires pop up in your mind. I want to do this. I want to call my friend. I want to have a cup of coffee. I want a piece of cake. I want to go down the street. I want to watch a movie, just constant. And so if you really want to achieve calm abiding, we need to cool down our mind and learn to manage our desires and not just, it doesn't mean they stop altogether, but at least we learn to manage them so that we can say no, not just following them. And developing contentment, meaning being content with where we are and what we have, and not wanting a different kind of food every day necessarily, not wanting to be doing this and that and so on. So this becomes more clear when you do go into retreat and you start noticing how your mind becomes dissatisfied with where you are and what you're doing and what you have and so on, and wanting to do other things. So, and then point D says avoiding other activities. That means not doing other things, just doing the bare minimum of activities that you need, like cooking. So, and then keeping pure morality. That's another very important point, that you need to be living ethically, because if we start getting involved in unethical behavior, that will again cause disturbance in our mind and make it difficult to concentrate. So these conditions are mainly, if you're going into a retreat and your goal is to achieve calm abiding. So that's probably not the case for most of us, because most people have jobs and family and so on. So we're not able to do that. But even if one isn't in that ideal situation, like if you're still here in the city and working and so forth, you can still be working on calm abiding. You can still spend one or more sessions a day doing calm abiding practice. And it doesn't have to be a long period of time. It could be 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So in that way, you're at least starting to acquaint yourself with the practice of calm abiding, with, single pointed concentration. And then maybe one day you will be in a situation where you could go into such a retreat and work on calm abiding. So, yeah, we don't have time to go through all these points, but if we look at the 5 faults under kind of in the middle of the page, point 3, it says the 5 faults. So these are kind of obstacles or problems in the practice. The first one is laziness. Laziness can mean different things, but in the context of calm abiding, it means not wanting to meditate, having a feeling of reluctance. Oh, I don't really want to meditate. You ever feel that way? Like, well, I know I should. I know it's good for me, but I don't really want to, and then you find yourself doing anything else than meditating. Okay, so that's the meaning of laziness here. It's just not getting down on the cushion and doing your meditation practice. So that's an obstacle, because if you want to achieve calm abiding, you really have to be willing to put in a lot of time on the cushion. And then the antidotes. If you look under the next point, point number 4, it says the 8 antidotes to the 5 faults. Okay, so the first of the antidotes actually has 4 in 1: faith, aspiration, enthusiasm, and pliancy. So those are said to be the antidotes to laziness. Those are the antidotes to laziness. Faith here, it doesn't mean like faith in Buddha, but faith in the practice of calm abiding. Faith meaning confidence or conviction that this is a good thing to do. This is a good practice to do. And if you look over on the other side of the page, very down at the bottom, it says the good qualities of concentration to generate faith in it. Okay, so this is how we get faith in calm abiding, is by looking at what we will get by generating calm abiding. First is, with calm abiding, your mind is filled with delight and body is filled with bliss, so you're happy in this life. So this is even before reaching the full attainment of calm abiding, even as your concentration is getting better, you will start to experience this. You start to, feel this physical peace and calmness, and also mental happiness. I think my understanding is concentration is naturally blissful. Yeah, maybe you've experienced that. I mean, people talk about getting concentration when they're working or running or, these different kinds of activities, and you can be just totally focused on what you're doing, and you feel so good. You're enjoying yourself so much. You don't want to do anything else. You don't even feel hungry. You don't want to eat. Yeah. You ever had that experience where you're just really into what you're doing and really enjoying it physically and mentally? So the more we can develop concentration, the more we'll be able to experience this physical and mental peace and calmness and joy, happiness. So even here and now, we'll experience some benefit. Number 2 says, because of pliancy, that's this serviceability, where you can use your body and mind as wished, you can turn your attention to any virtuous object of meditation. That should be meditation, not med. You choose. So that means, whatever practice you want to do, if you feel like doing a Buddha practice, a Tara practice, or Dzogchen practice, or Tantric practice, whatever practice or good thing you want to do, you want to do something good, you're able to just totally focus on that and have all your energy going into that without hindrances and distractions. So you'll be able to accomplish a lot in terms of spiritual practice. Number 3 is you overcome distraction to wrong objects. So you're not always creating non-virtue, and any virtue you do is powerful. So your mind will become much more positive, much more virtuous. You won't be likely to get caught up in greed and anger and thinking about getting revenge against your enemies and going after that $1 billion you always wanted, and so on and so forth. So these kind of disturbing emotions that our mind sometimes gets caught up in, that just won't happen anymore. So your mind will be much less disturbed by those kinds of thoughts, and you'll be able to have much more positive thoughts and put your energy into positive things. And number 4, based on calm abiding, you can achieve good qualities such as clairvoyance and supernormal powers. Now that may sound like a fairy tale, but this is what it said in the Buddhist text, and people do experience it. As a result of calm abiding, one is able to attain these extraordinary mental states, experiences, like even seeing other people's minds and remembering past lives, seeing into the future, and so on and so forth. So, but that's not the point. That isn't the real goal of achieving calm abiding. And if you do develop those abilities, they should only be used in beneficial ways and not to do anything harmful or selfish, egotistical. Then the last one is, based on calm abiding, you can achieve the realization of insight, knowing reality or emptiness, with which you can quickly cut the root of samsara, meaning getting ourselves out of unenlightened existence and getting ourselves to liberation and enlightenment. So this is just a quick mention of these, but the point is, if you read these and think about these, get conviction in these, then that will inspire you, feel inspired to engage in this practice and be able to achieve these results. So that's the way you overcome laziness. So I'm not going to go I won't go through all of these because we don't have time. But if we look at the next point, number 5, it says the 9 stages of calm abiding. So there's 9 different stages one goes through on the way to calm abiding. And these stages depend on how well you're able to concentrate and how well you're able to be free of disturbances. So the first stage is called placement. And that simply means you decide to sit down and focus your mind on your object, whether it's the breath or the Buddha or love or whatever. And you've achieved the first stage. So we've already achieved that. I mean, every time we sit down and decide, okay, I'm going to do this meditation, I'm going to focus on my breath, and even if it only stays there for 1 second and then it wanders away, that's okay. Because they say on this first stage, when you're doing a meditation session, most of the time your mind is not on the object. Most of the time your mind is wandering. Only occasionally, occasionally you remember to bring your mind back to the object. Okay. But most of the time, if you're sitting there for 10 minutes, then probably 99% of that time, your mind is off somewhere else. That's the first stage. Does that sound familiar? And then the second stage, which is called continual placement, this is when you are able to stay on your object for a little bit of time. I'm looking at the chart now, Alan's chart, and he says 1 minute. When you can stay on your object for that's a lot. 1 minute is a lot. When you can, at least occasionally during your session, there will be times when you can stay on your object for 1 minute continuously before it wanders off. So then you've reached the second stage. Yeah. And then the third stage, they call it patch-like placement. And there it says that during your session, most of the time your mind is on the object, but occasionally it will wander away, but you're quickly able to notice that your mind has wandered away and you bring it back to your object. So the reason they call it patch-like is because there's like a break or a tear in your concentration, but you quickly repair it. Okay, so your mind is still wandering, still going away from the object, but you have become much more aware, much more attentive to what your mind is doing. And so you notice, I'm not on my object anymore, and you're able to bring it back to your object. Okay. And the fourth stage, I'm not going to go through all of nine of these, but the fourth stage is when you're during your session, the session that however much time you're spending, your mind doesn't wander away from the object at all. You're able to stay continuously on the object throughout that duration of your session. So you only progress through these stages by practicing. You have to just keep practicing, keep working at it, and gradually you develop the ability to stay focused on your meditation object for longer and longer periods of time. First a few seconds, gradually 1 minute, gradually 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and so on and so forth. And there are two main obstacles that occur when you're meditating. One is called excitement, and excitement is when our mind gets distracted from the object due to attachment, due to desire. So when we think of some object or person, it could be a person, it could be food or music or movies or basketball or whatever, whatever you have attachment to. So an object of attachment comes up and your mind goes to that instead of your object. So that's excitement. And that's probably the most common kind of obstacle that we have in meditation. And it said there's two levels of excitement. One is coarse or gross excitement, and that's when your mind completely goes off the object to this object of desire. Okay, so you're sitting there watching your breath, and suddenly you remember the movie that you saw last week. Bam, your mind is back there watching that movie again. So that's gross or coarse excitement. And this other kind of excitement is subtle excitement. And that is like an undercurrent. You may have noticed this. you get to the point where you can stay on the breath, you can stay on your object. You're watching the breath pretty well, pretty continuously. But underneath, almost like they say it's a bit like a river running under the ice. Underneath, there's this chatter. There's this blah, blah, blah. Thoughts, thinking about things. Have you noticed that? Okay, that's called subtle excitement. So first we managed to overcome gross excitement. We're able to keep the mind on the object, but it takes a lot longer to overcome this subtle excitement. The reason I'm telling you this is because people, when they're trying to meditate, sometimes get very discouraged because they still have thoughts going on. They tend to think, oh, when I meditate, I shouldn't have any thoughts. My mind should just be totally focused, totally concentrated, no thoughts, no distractions at all. But the reality is it takes a long, long time. It takes a lot of work, a lot of effort to get to the point where you don't have that undercurrent of thoughts going on. So don't feel bad, please. Don't feel bad if you do have that. It's very, very normal. And it, like I said, it takes a lot of work to get beyond that. And even to be able to notice that, even to have the awareness that, yeah, I'm watching my breath, but there's still these other things going on. Even having that awareness is already quite an achievement. Because most people in the world aren't even aware of what is going on in their mind, right? Their mind is distracted 99% of the time, and they have no idea what's going on. One session to another within a day, yeah. So this is another thing we need to be aware of, because there may be times, I notice this in retreat, when you're doing many sessions a day, you might have one session where it seems like your concentration is just flowing really smoothly. You're able to stay on your object. You don't have many distractions, and you think, wow, I've gotten somewhere. And then you tend to, it's easy to think, wow, I've achieved something, and this is how it's going to be from now on. And the next session, your mind is a total mess. So yeah, it's up and down. It's up and down. Right. And that's another thing. We have to just, one of my teachers, Lama Yeshe, used to say to us, don't have any expectations in meditation. But it's so hard not to. Especially with this kind of material, they kind of tell you, if you achieve this, and then you achieve this, and you achieve. So we're kind of looking forward. Oh, when am I going to get there? And then I'll get there. And then, so it's very hard not to have that kind of attitude of wanting to do better and get higher and, quickly reach the end of it. But having expectations itself is a hindrance, because it's a grasping mind. It's an attached mind. It's probably very ego-centered. I want this experience for me. And so that attitude itself creates an atmosphere in the mind that's like an obstacle. It's like blocks us from being able to achieve things. So the ideal thing is to just do the practice, just do it without expectations, without grasping. Just keep doing it. And if we do it in that way, then the results will come. They will come. But not because we're grasping at them, not because we're attached to them. So there's actually a lot of little things one needs to learn about meditation and what is the most ideal state of mind to have in meditation. Alan Wallace also talks a lot about the importance of relaxation, which you don't usually find in the traditional teachings. But I think this is coming from his experience as a Westerner, because I think we tend to be quite tense and goal-oriented. And if you bring those kinds of attitudes, being tense and goal-oriented and achievement-oriented, that's the recipe for disaster. So he really stresses the importance of being relaxed. And relaxed in body, relaxed in mind. But that's not always so easy, especially in our world. Our world is so much like that. Yeah, we have to be relaxed but still awake, because this is the other main obstacle in the practice, is what's called mental dullness or mental sinking. And it's not quite sleepiness. Sleepiness is like a really gross version of that, but it's more like a just like before falling asleep, your mind just becomes kind of dull and dark and heavy, and there's no energy there. So that's another obstacle that we need to look out for and overcome on the way to calm abiding.
What happened to the big promise of biofeedback in the 80s and 90s? They said this was going to speed this whole process up 10 times because you get
I
that
don't know.
you're starting to get a little drowsier, you get the beep, or, so you're constantly. In other words, like sometimes when you're meditating, like you said, if you're starting to doze, that takes some practice before you can catch it right at the beginning of the sliding off. The biofeedback can catch it much more.
I don't know. I've never tried that.
Because it was supposed to make it go 10 times faster.
Has anyone tried it?
Biofeedback.
Is it like a machine?
Yeah, the mind mirror was the most sensitive. It was like Cadillac. And it was supposed to be so refined.
But did you try it?
No, I didn't. That's what I'm asking.
Well, none of us have tried it, so I don't know. Maybe you can look up on Google if it if anyone got enlightened by using that. Yeta? Yeah. Yeah, it's complicated. So, okay. Under the five faults, the non application, what that means is if your mind gets caught up in excitement or gets caught up in mental sinking or dullness, and if you do not apply antidotes, okay, so your mind is wandering and you're not trying to counteract that, that's the meaning of non application. Okay, you're not applying antidotes when you should. So that's a fault. And then the next step is application. And what that means is when you don't have a fault, you don't have excitement or laxity, and you're applying antidotes. Okay, you're using antidotes to those when you don't need to, you shouldn't, because then that becomes another kind of problem. The way I think of it is like as your mother, okay? So if your child is supposed to be sitting in his room doing his homework, okay? And instead he's playing computer games, okay? And if you don't go in and tell him off, like you shouldn't be doing that, you should do your homework, and then you can do computer games, you're just allowing him to misbehave. That's like non-application, okay? And then the fault of application was maybe he is doing his homework, he stopped computer, and you're continuing to scold him. So that's not a good thing to do. And so then, yeah, under the antidotes, yeah. So the antidote to non-application is application. That means applying remedies to the faults when they need to be. And then non-application is, does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. When you shouldn't apply faults, then you shouldn't. But that book that book that you got, the book of Lam Rimpa, the Calm Abiding book. Yeah, that should explain all of these things in there. Yeah, it's quite complicated, this whole explanation, but I just thought it might be useful to look at some of the information because some of it's probably relevant already to what we're experiencing. So I think it is useful to know about the first couple of stages of calm abiding, because for one thing, to realize that, just sitting down to meditate, just trying to meditate, already we're on the first stage. We're already on the first stage of the 9, even if our mind is all over the place. But just the fact that we are trying to meditate is already a good thing. And I think that's important, because sometimes we may be sort of self-critical, self-judgmental. We sit down to meditate and our mind is wandering all over the place, and then we kind of beat ourselves up. But it's important to, um, what's the word? Appreciate ourselves. Appreciate just the fact that we are trying, just trying to meditate. We're already on the way. We're already on the first step. So it's important to appreciate that. And then if we start getting a little bit of continuity, a few seconds, one breath, I can stay, on my breath for one breath. That's already an accomplishment. Or 1 minute, that's even a greater accomplishment. So it's important to appreciate ourselves for the effort that we do make, the accomplishments that we do make, rather than kind of beating ourselves up or putting ourselves down, or criticizing ourselves for the mistakes that we make. Okay, so I didn't leave you much time to ask questions, but we sort of run to the end of this period. We'll have another period like this tomorrow for questions. So let's take a short break now, 5 minutes, and then we'll do one more session of meditation. So again, we'll spend the first half of the session doing practice of calm abiding. So do the best you can to stay focused on the object and be aware, attentive when your mind has wandered away, become distracted from your meditation object, the breath, or if you're using some other object. So be aware when your mind has gone away from this to something else. And whatever that other object is a distraction in the practice of calm abiding. So just let it go, put it aside, and come back to the meditation object, to the breath. And again, don't try not to get frustrated or upset with yourself if your mind keeps wandering away. Remember that it's completely normal because we haven't yet trained our mind to be able to stay focused on an object. So it's something that takes time, and we need patience. We need to be patient with ourselves and not get frustrated. But also, if frustration comes up, if you do notice there's frustration or there's criticalness of yourself, just be aware of that. Notice that. Notice that that is just another mental state. And it's helpful to remember that whatever occurs in our mind, thoughts, memories, feelings, emotions, perceptions, all of these experiences are transitory. They don't last. They arise and they pass like clouds coming and going in the sky. So remembering their impermanent nature, their transitory nature, that they just come and go, that might help you to be able to let go of the objects, let them go, put them aside, and then come back to your meditation object. So just keep coming back again and again whenever the mind wanders away. And if you find yourself feeling sleepy, which is easy to happen after eating, and if the temperature is warm, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open a little bit rather than closed all the way. You just have your eyes open, partially looking down onto your lap or the floor in front of you. So the next Lam Rim meditation we'll do is on death. So in the Lam Rim, the topic of the precious human rebirth is followed by the topic of impermanence and death. And they sort of connect with each other, because with meditating on the precious human life, ideally we come to feel joy and um, fortunate to have the life that we do, and feel some enthusiasm, inspiration to use our life well, to do good things with our life. But then it's possible to have certain obstacles in our mind, one of which is laziness. So we might think, yeah, I've got this great life and I can do great things and I want to do great things. But then, yeah, then we lose our energy. So we kind of get lazy. And there's actually said to be different kinds of laziness. One kind of laziness is called procrastination. Procrastination, that's when we want to do something useful, but we postpone doing it. We think later on, I'll do that later. And this can happen in a day. For example, we may wake up in the morning and think, oh, I really want to meditate, but then we start reading the newspaper or making our breakfast, calling somebody, and we get involved in other things and we don't meditate. And then we may keep putting it off later and later and later, and eventually the day's over and we haven't done any meditation. So that's procrastination. And it can also happen in our lifetime. We may think, yeah, I really want to work on my spiritual learning and my spiritual practice, but right now I'm too busy. I have so many other things to do. I want to take care of those things first. So I'll do it later on when I'm older. So our life can go like that. We just keep putting things off and off and off and off. And then we might run out of time and never get around to doing it. So the meditation on death is an antidote to laziness, because we don't have all the time in the world. We're not going to live forever. Our precious human rebirth is temporary, transitory. It's going to come to an end at some point. And that's like a wake-up call. Yeah. So meditating on death counteracts laziness, and also really gives us a sense of how important it is to do some spiritual practice in our life. Also to prepare for death, because death is not an easy experience. We're all going to go through it one day, and it's not an easy thing. And spiritual practice is an excellent way of preparing ourselves for death, being able to meet death and go through the experience of dying in a good way, rather than being full of fear, worry, anxiety, unhappiness, and so on and so forth. So we can have a good death. We can die consciously and with a positive state of mind, but we need to prepare ourselves for that. So that's why the meditation on death is taught after meditation on precious human rebirth. So there's this meditation called the 9-round meditation on death. It has 3 main points, each of which has 3 subpoints. So we'll do the 3 main points in the next 3 sessions now, and then 2 more sessions before dinner. So in this session, we'll meditate on death being definite. Death is definitely going to happen. I'm definitely going to die. So once again, sit comfortably. Keep your eyes open a little if you're feeling sleepy. Sitting up straight, I think, can also help to awaken our mind, awaken our energy, and help us stay awake. So, under the point of death being definite, there are 3 points to think about. And the first one is simply the fact that everybody has to die. Death is something that happens to everybody. So, you could start by questioning that. Have you ever met anyone or ever heard of anyone who managed to not die? I mean, of course, there's still many people who are alive now, but looking into the past, is there anybody, real person, not fantasy figures, but real people? Is there anybody who was born and just went on living on and on and on and on and didn't have to die? So is such a thing possible? So the people we hear about in the past, historical figures like kings, queens, military leaders, philosophers, artists, musicians, and so on, the people we read about and we study about in school. So these are people who lived for a number of years and then passed away. So they all have a date of their birth and a date of their death. So all of those people who were born, lived, and died in the past, they all had to die. None of them was able to avoid dying. Bring to mind people you yourself have known, for example, people in your family, or friends, or teachers, or people you worked with. So these are actual people that you have known, but have already died, have already passed away. So bring those people to mind. And then say to yourself, just as those people passed away, one day it will be my turn. I too will have to pass away. I too will die. And the second point to contemplate is that time is passing continuously. Time never stands still. And as time goes on, we are getting closer to death. So it's as though life is a journey. We are making a journey going through life. And the end of that journey is death, our life ending. And just as when we're on a journey, when we're riding on a bus or a train or car or a plane, you're sort of moving, traveling continuously. So as we go through life, each minute that goes by, each hour that goes by, each day that goes by, week, month, year. So as time goes by, we are actually getting closer and closer to the end of our life, closer and closer to death. So it's as though we're moving towards death all the time. It's helpful to think of an hourglass which has grains of sand. And when you turn the hourglass and all the grains of sand are at the top, then they start to run down into the bottom, grain by grain. And eventually, in a short time, then all the grains have run out. The top is empty. So our life is like that. We have a certain amount of time to live, limited amount of time, and not infinite amount of time. So we have a limited amount of time to live, and that time is running out. Each day, each hour, each minute, each breath that we take, our time is running out. And we don't contemplate this just to scare ourselves. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to wake up and realize that our time is limited. And if there's something very important that we want to do, make sure that we do it. So, in the case of Dharma, spiritual practice, practicing the path that leads to liberation and enlightenment, if we feel this is something important, something we really want to do in our life, then it's a good idea to think about starting it now and not put it off until the future. So just think about what it would be like if your time ran out, your life came to an end before you got around to doing some serious spiritual practice, some serious Dharma practice. How would that be? However, that doesn't mean we have to give everything up and run off to a monastery in the forest or in the mountains. There are ways we can start doing Dharma practice right now, where we are within the lifestyle that we have. Just doing some daily practice of meditation, trying to live ethically, trying to have more loving kindness, more compassion in our relationships with others. So there's plenty of things we can do right where we are within the lifestyle that we have. But the point is to make the determination that we start to do some Dharma practice now and not leave it till the future, which may never come. So see if you can come to some sort of conclusion as a result of this meditation, whether it's a conclusion to do some Dharma practice now, or just to think, I want to think about this more. I want to spend more time contemplating this point and deciding what I want to do about it. To make some kind of positive, constructive conclusion to the meditation. So we'll have a little bit longer break now since we had sort of a long session before. So we'll start again at about 3:45. So it's time now for a cup of tea, coffee, whatever you need.
No, I think it's just eating. They're usually I'm a little tired. It's not. Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah. They call stealing off into space. You know where you go. Someone saw me doing that once. They thought that was more advanced than in my own physics tablets, and I actually, I don't know.
So, again, the first part of the session will be meditation on calm abiding, and then we'll do another Lam Rim meditation, the next main part of the meditation on death. So, doing meditation can be tiring, which is sort of surprising in a way because we're just sitting here. But it's mental work, and mental work is tiring. Sometimes even more tiring than physical work. Sometimes we can do a lot of physical activity and not feel tired, but then trying to focus the mind, trying to concentrate the mind is quite hard work. So if you're feeling tired, it's natural, it's normal. But one consolation is that we can think of it as good tiredness because we're doing something really good for us, good for our mind, good for the world. So that might help to think, yeah, I'm tired, but I'm tired doing something good, something positive, something virtuous. So that can maybe make you feel better. So once again, make sure you're sitting in a good position, comfortable, but also sitting up straight, which helps the mind be more awake and alert. And also remember the importance of a balance between too tight and too loose. We don't want to be too tight, meaning tense and like pushing ourselves, pushing our mind. That's not helpful. But we also don't want to be too loose, not trying to keep our mind focused at all, just letting our mind wander everywhere. So, somewhere in between those two is a state which is relaxed and natural, easygoing, but at the same time, trying the best we can to be alert and stay focused on our meditation object, breath, or whatever else you're using. So try to be really aware moment by moment of what your mind is doing, whether your mind is on your meditation object or off the object, somewhere else. And when you notice the mind has gone off to some other object, I mean, just that you notice that is already a good thing. That's already a step in the right direction. Just noticing when our mind is distracted. And then when you notice that, just try to disengage from that other object and come back to the breath. Do this in a gentle, kind, patient way, not with anger at yourself or at your mind, but just with the same kind of patience that you should ideally bring to uh, working with a small child or a small animal. So it doesn't help to get impatient and angry and, be sort of heavy and abusive. You need to be patient but firm. So patiently, kindly bring your mind, your awareness back to your object. And just keep doing this again and again. And you might also try to be aware of the faults that can occur during meditation. Excitement, which I spoke about before, that's when our mind goes away from the object because of some desire, some attachment. Okay, some interesting, attractive, desirable object pops up in the mind, and our mind runs after it. So that's one of the most common causes of distraction. So just try to be aware if that is happening and recognize that that is a fault, and you need to let go of that object and come back to the breath. And another fault is laxity or sinking or dullness. And that's when the mind is sort of dull and dark and heavy, It's as though you're about to fall asleep. So that's also a fault, because ideally our mind should be awake and alert, fresh and clear when we are meditating. So just try to be aware. These faults are sometimes subtle and difficult to detect, but just try to notice if they are occurring and try to correct them. We have just a few more minutes of this meditation. So really try to stay on the breath and keep your mind awake, alert, sharp, clear, as concentrated as possible, but still in a relaxed mode. I don't know about you, but what I find with tiredness or sleepiness is that it comes and goes. Sometimes I feel really sleepy and I feel like, oh, I just have to lie down and take a nap. But if I don't and I just keep going, then it passes. And I feel kind of awake and alert again. So sometimes you might need to go to sleep, take a nap. That might need be a physical need, but it could just be a temporary state that will pass if you wait long enough. Anyone else find that? No. So the next meditation is on the uncertainty of the time of death. So in the last one, we were contemplating that death is definite. So the idea there is to try to really feel, I'm going to die. Death is going to happen to me. I'm not going to live forever. And we might find that that's something we can accept up here, like intellectually. We can't deny it. We can't pretend that it's not going to happen. But when it comes to our emotions, the emotional level, we might find some resistance. Like we don't really want to believe that. We don't really want to go there. We don't want to think about death. So I think most people just really avoid the whole idea of death and dying. And also in our society, in our culture, we're not encouraged to think about death. So our parents and elders and most of the people around us are also trying to avoid the idea of death. It's like a taboo subject. Yeah, if you try to bring up the subject of death, a lot of people will go, don't talk about that. That's not nice to talk about. So it's kind of like almost like a dirty word. Right? So so there's not much encouragement to look into the whole topic of death. But from the Buddhist point of view, that kind of attitude is really weird and also not a good idea, because we are going to die one day, and it's much better that we start to think about it and prepare for it, so that when it happens, we'll be more ready for it. So the next topic kind of follows on from the previous one. So we might, in some way, we might accept, yeah, I know I'm going to die, but then we might feel, our kind of intuitive feeling may be that it's far away. We kind of feel like death is way, 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 way off in the future. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Do you ever notice that? So, can we be sure of that? Can we be sure that death is a long way off and isn't going to happen anytime soon? So that's what we explore in this next topic. The fact that we really don't know when it's going to happen. It's completely uncertain. So the point there is to realize that, yeah, it could happen anytime. So if there are things we want to do in our life, things that we feel are really, really important, we have to do them before we die. Or if we really feel the importance of preparing ourselves for death, that we don't want to die unprepared. We want to be able to manage it well, die well. So if we have that kind of awareness, then this helps us realize we can't procrastinate. We have to start preparing now. We have to start doing our Dharma practice now and not postpone, put it off to the future. Okay, so let's look into this topic. So again, there are 3 points to contemplate. The first one is that human lifespan is not fixed. So even though sociologists and so on say that, there's this, they talk about life expectancy, in a certain country, depending if you're a male or a female, then your life expectancy is such and such, 70 something or 80 something. So that's just an average. But that doesn't mean that we are guaranteed to live that long. It's not definite that every person will live to that age and then die. That's only an average. So the fact is that human beings die at all different ages, at all different stages of their life. So to get a sense of that, try to think of people you have met, people you have known who have died at different ages in their life, or even if you didn't know them personally, but you heard of them. So we all hear stories about babies who die. I mean, some die even before they're born, and some die just at the time of birth or shortly afterwards. So some people die when they're still babies or infants. And there's also stories of children dying before the age of 5, young children, or before the age of 10, or teenagers, people in their 20s, people in their 30s, and so on. So just try to bring to mind as many examples as you can of people you know personally or people you've heard of who have died at different ages, different stages of their life, just to get a sense of how it's completely uncertain as a human being. We just never know how long we're going to live. So, the reason why people die at different times, at different ages, is because there are many different causes of death. So, this is the second point, the many causes of death. So, one cause is illness. A lot of people die from illness, disease, and there are many different kinds of diseases, probably hundreds or maybe thousands of different diseases that can afflict people. That's one cause of death. But there are also accidents while driving in a car or in another kind of vehicle, planes, buses, trains, boats, even bicycles. So a lot of people die due to accidents. There are also accidents that can happen in a workplace, working with machinery, also at home. Sometimes people die in their homes. Sometimes electrocution. Something is wrong with the electrical wiring and they get electrocuted. Or there's a fire. Fire starts and They aren't able to get out of the house in time. And so, just again, bring to mind stories of people that you may have known yourself or have heard about, just to get a sense of the many different ways that death can happen. And some of these things can happen on a daily basis, like just any day as we are going about our daily routine, our daily activities, then we might meet with circumstances that can cause death. And the third point is that our life is actually very fragile. We may feel like we are strong and almost invincible, and we have lots of energy. We feel like we could just go on for a long, long, long time. But it doesn't really take much for death to happen. Sometimes something very, very, very small, a virus or some other kind of microorganism that can enter the body and quickly multiply, take over, and pretty soon we're on our way to death. Or something like a bullet that's also very, very small, but if it goes into the right place, like our brain or heart, then that can cause death in a very short time. And also, sometimes people die without any apparent causes. This happens to babies. It also happens to adults where they go to sleep and then during their sleep they die. They just don't wake up again from sleep. And doctors cannot find anything wrong, anything that could have caused the death to happen. So, this sense of being strong and invincible is a bit of an illusion. So, our life is actually very, very fragile. It could end very easily, very quickly, and at any point in time. So the Tibetan teachers and practitioners say that when we wake up in the morning, we can think, isn't it amazing I'm still alive? I could have died during the night, but I didn't. I'm still alive. Isn't that wonderful? And then at the end of the day, before going to sleep, they again think, I'm still alive. I could have died today, but I didn't. I'm still alive. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that fortunate? And when having such thoughts, they generate the determination to use their life, this precious life, which they still have to use it wisely, to use it in a beneficial way. So if that makes sense to you, then see if you can conclude this meditation by thinking that whatever amount of time we have left to live, whether it's just a few minutes or a few days or a few years or many years, may we use our life wisely and mindfully and in ways that are beneficial for ourselves and for others. And if you're inspired by the idea of attaining enlightenment, then you can include that. May I use my life in ways that will help me get closer to enlightenment. I read a little article in the newspaper one day many years ago. There was a man who was giving a speech at a Rotaries Club. You have Rotaries Club here, Rotary Club or Lions Club, something like that. So he was giving a talk at a meeting, and the topic of his talk was how just what we were looking at now, that our life is very uncertain. We don't know how long we have to live. And so we should really use our life well, live our life meaningfully. So he gave this talk, and I guess it was very good. People were applauding. And then he sat down, and then he fell over. What had happened was he had something in his mouth, like a sweet, like a cough drop or something, mint in his mouth. And maybe he got a little excited and it went down the wrong way. It got stuck in his windpipe, I think it's called. So he started choking, and they weren't able to rescue him. So he died. So it's just kind of an illustration of just what he was talking about and just what we were meditating on. Like, you just never know what is going to happen. And things can happen like that, just out of the blue. I heard of somebody else who was eating potato chips. They seemed to be quite innocent, but again, a piece of potato chip went down the wrong way, and he choked on the potato chip and died. So even in the middle of eating, you just never know. Eating, sleeping, walking, anytime something could happen and our life could end. So let's stop here. And Joseph, you're going to lead another session of Kumye. Probably all in need of that right now. So the next session will be 5 o'clock. So we have a half hour, 25 minutes. We'll do the next session.
Like to stand up with a gentle kumye. It's just a gentle rocking. Nice way just to round the body, not pose too many exertions. And it's simply find a good comfortable distance between the feet. So allow your hands to begin to rock now. And just let your body find its own rhythm. There's no tempo, not my tempo. Let the rest of the body just begin to sort of swing. And relax the knees. Lift the deeper. Again, just finding your own tempo. Demanding a tempo, but just let the body find its own sort of how far is that swing going to be? It comes back all by itself. Remain quite planted in your feet. So your feet are flat on the ground. Let the mind just stay with the body. Stay with the. And once you're swinging now, come on, 20 minutes. With the room, just the present room, present time, your own body. Find a place on the wall in front of you to a gentle gaze. Start to focus on it. Bring your awareness to your feet, your hands, shoulders. And the tempo might change a little bit. Body's changing a lot. Asking to swing. You need to go a little bit faster just to give yourself a little bit more energy. You need to slow down. Any stuck points in your body, bring your mind to that place. This is only adjusting anything else. Into your feet, spreading, relaxing into the floor. Swing. All in one way. By themselves, nothing anything. Going anywhere, no ambitions. Power your knees, your shoulders. And breathing. Smiling. Let that smile fill your entire body. Entire field of perception. Let your awareness just be one big smile. So the ways, just let it go. And it's really that's what we're doing. Every swing is just letting everything go. Just let go of it. Let that swing just find its own dimension. Keep going. Keep swinging. Is that stuck place before? How is it? There's no judgment here. No words even to describe it. We're experiencing. Just observing. Just letting it happen. Moving. Changing. Even this exercise will pass. Stay with it. Stay within yourself. Stay within yourself. Stay within yourself. Deep inside your body. Just listening to the rhythms. Listening to your breath. Listening to other people's breaths. Deep. Bow your hips. Sense of playfulness now. Perhaps even a sense of joy. Slow life. And how's the tempo? It's only just right. It's forever and ever. Just keep on going. How's one foot right to the other? No judgment, just gentle awareness. Right foot, right foot. Be gentle. It's the one that needs attention. Same with the knees, shoulders, neck. How's the smile doing? One smile is just like Peter. Smiling around. That smile to yourself. All of your terrible thoughts. Even those thoughts. body. So there's no awareness of the breath, just looking after itself. Such a good job of that. Hips, the arms, shoulders, neck, head, and just resting. The body, the floor. So give yourself a bit of a boost. Or just take it even more easy. Completely up to you. Just keep going. Body does such a good job of looking after itself, knowing itself, making such a good thing here. Just by being here. Being with yourself. Back to the floor. Beautiful. Absolutely side to side. Just bring another dynamic. Let it go even more. And amazing. Just really thought you couldn't give any more, you could give even more. Into your body. And present. Back to the breath. Definitely on the home straight. deep inside your body. As you're feeling just up here. And just let the body do it. Just to lying down. Let out the breath. Just let the motion just wind itself down, all by itself. No breaks, just let whatever swings, stay with the motion, stay with the movement. Resting in your feet. There's still some of you there. Close your eyes. With your awareness. Going on. One. Feel a sense of invigoration. And you're just working on your soul. Rest on the ground. Tuning into any small subtle sense of movement. Vibrations, pulses, breath, heartbeat. Up, hold. Breath through the skin.
it on? Okay. So just want to say a few things before we start. So when doing calm abiding meditation, the advice or instructions are that when some other object comes up in our mind, thoughts, memories, feelings, we're supposed to see that as a distraction and let go of it, take our attention away from that, and bring our attention back to our meditation object. So, probably most, I guess it depends on the individual, but most of the distractions that come up in our mind are probably not very important. They might be more or less trivial things like memories from the past and like wanting to relive old experiences from the past, or just thoughts about, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, plans for the future, or we may think about people, our relationships, our work, our problems, and so on. So probably not extremely important things. So we can just let them go, put them aside, and come back to our object of meditation. And if they are important things, we can always, deal with them later, put them off until later. But sometimes it can happen that something will come up in meditation that might be more important. What I mean by that is there might be some old unresolved problems or issues from childhood or from recent experiences that, whether like there's still some emotional stuff related to that needs to be dealt with, that needs to be looked at, that needs to be healed. So if that kind of thing comes up, then you can treat it in the same way as the other distractions and just say, okay, I'm not going to deal with this now. I'm going to go back to my object of meditation. I'll deal with it later. You can make an appointment with yourself to focus on that later and work out whatever needs to be done with it. Or you could decide to focus on it now if you feel like it's really urgent, really important. And also sometimes that happens out of necessity, because if you try to let it go, it just comes back, and you let it go, it comes back. So it just keeps coming back again and again. Have you ever had that happen? And you can't, it's almost like a crying baby, that's needing attention right now and can't wait. So if that happens, then I think you could put your meditation aside, put your calm abiding meditation aside, and focus on that and deal with that. So there's different ways of dealing with such problems. I can't go into all the details, but there are lots of different things you can do depending on what kind of problem it is. If it's anger, or if it's anxiety, or if it's sadness, depression. So within the Buddhist teachings, there are different methods, like remedies or antidotes for different kinds of emotional problems. So if you know some of those methods, then you can apply those. And if you don't know, then you could do some research on your own, or ask a teacher, somebody who knows more about Buddhism, or what do I do with that kind of problem? And so, so you could apply whatever remedies you know to that problem and try to deal with it. Or you could just on your own just look into it, and sometimes you'll just come up with your own insight. You get some insight into this problem and what needs to be done. So that's something you can just come up with on your own. There's a book about meditation by Pema Chodron called How to Meditate, the same title as my book. But then it has a subtitle, which is something like being friends with yourself, how to make friends with yourself, something like that. Very nice. And she talks in there about this very issue, like when emotions come up, difficult, disturbing emotions come up. Her teacher, Trungpa Rinpoche, Chogyam Trungpa, gave the advice to, he said, lean into it. Meaning, don't lean away from it, like trying to, this is our instinctive reaction. We want to avoid it, run away from it. It's unpleasant. We don't want to deal with it. So instead of that, he said, lean into it. But that doesn't mean going completely into it and drowning in it and getting totally carried away in it. But just focus on it, observe it, watch it, learn from it. So this is a tricky thing to do. It's really tricky to be able to look at some emotional issue, some emotional problem, and not just fall in and drown in it, So our usual, that's one thing that often happens. The other thing is we want to run away from it, escape from it. So it's quite tricky to be able to just stay with it, like be there with it and observe it and watch it without falling into it. But if we can do that and try to have an attitude of kindness and compassion and gentleness and care, not aversion or fear. So if we can have that kind of attitude, that kind of state of mind, and just observe this problem, then often we will just see for ourselves, we'll just gain some insight into what needs to be done. And sometimes maybe nothing needs to be done. Sometimes it just needs to cry for a little while, like a baby, sometimes a baby just needs to cry for a while and we comfort it and then it stops crying and it's happy again. But sometimes that's all it's needed, is to just pay attention to it, give it some attention. And then it will be okay again and it will go away and we can go back to our meditation. So I'm just saying this is like very, very general, but just to let you know that some of the things that come up when we're meditating might need more attention rather than just letting it go and coming back to our object. So this is something we have to work with on our own and determine for ourselves what is the most appropriate way to respond when things come up. Does that make sense? So let's go back to calm abiding meditation. So, the third and final part of the meditation on death is looking at what will help us at the time of death. So, after meditating on the first two parts, that death is definite and the time is indefinite, we don't know when it's going to happen, will probably give rise to some sense of urgency or maybe anxiety. Like, what do I do? And I mean, the answer to that, but this is something we have to come to on our own, is that doing some spiritual practice will help us at the time of death. I mean, there may be other things, if you're not inclined towards spiritual practice, other things that could be helpful at the time of death. But this is the answer within the context of Buddhism, that Dharma meaning spiritual teachings and spiritual practices, help us at the time of death. But this is something we have to look at, investigate, and figure out for ourselves. So we first, in the traditional meditation, we first look at things that don't necessarily help at the time of death, like our family and friends. They might be able to give us a certain amount of help, but because when we die, we leave them behind. So they can only help us, up until the time of death. But then, we separate from them and we go alone. Because that's the point. The Buddhist view is death isn't like an end, total extinction, going out of existence, but it's like a passageway, a doorway, gateway to another life. So when we go to this next life, we go alone. We don't take our friends and our family with us. So they're not really able to help us so much. And the second thing is looking at our possessions, like our money and our property, house, apartment, things, and so on. So these are also not able to help us because we can't take them with us. We have to leave them behind. And then the third point is our own body. So even our body, which is like with us constantly, 24 hours a day since we were born, we're always with our body. But even that has to be left behind when we die. The Buddhist view is death is the time when the mind and the body separate. Our mind, which is a non-physical thing, separates from our body, which is a physical thing. So this non-physical, non-material mind leaves the body. That's the actual point of death. That's the meaning of death, when the mind leaves the body and the body is left behind just as this dead body, corpse, no longer breathing or living or feeling anything, and the mind goes on. So even our body can't really help us at the time of death because that has to be left behind as well. The only thing that can really help us is Dharma, meaning spiritual knowledge, spiritual experience, spiritual practice. So that can help us at the time of death because that is something that can go with us to the next life. For example, if we live ethically, we try to live in a way that we don't harm others and we try to help others. So that leaves imprints on our mind, strong imprints for non-harmfulness and for caring and compassion. We cultivate love and compassion. Those will also imprint our mind and help our mind be in a good state as it's going to the next life. If we create good karma, that will also stay in our mind. So Dharma helps us because it will leave positive imprints in our mind that go with our mind to the next life and will be the cause for having good experiences, good rebirth, and good experiences in our next life. And Dharma can help us as we're dying as well, help us to deal with difficulties, even pain, fear, and so forth. So Dharma practice will help us deal with whatever difficulties we may experience as we're dying. So that's the answer. But we first explore um, the things that won't be so helpful for us, and then hopefully come to the conclusion of what will help us, and that is Dharma. So let's take a look at those points. And by the way, this meditation I'm leading is in my book, if you have that. So all the points and yeah. Well, there's still some Danish copies, but only one English left. So once again, get into a good position for meditation. So we have already contemplated the fact that we are definitely going to die. We will have to go through that experience one day. And we don't know when that will happen. And it could happen anytime, even today, even tonight. We really can't be sure. So if we contemplate that and get a sense of that, then we might feel some fear, some anxiety. But there's no point in just being afraid. Instead, we should look at what we can do about that. And there are things we can do. We can prepare ourselves for death. So what will help us at that time? Can our friends and family, our loved ones, can they help us as we die? They might help us to a certain extent up to the actual time of death. They can be there and hold our hand, tell us how much they love us, and so on. So they can give us some comfort as we're dying. But when we actually die, meaning when we stop breathing, our mind leaves our body, from that time on, they can no longer help us because our mind will leave this body, this life, this world, and go on all alone. And we can't take them with us. They can't go with us. So the amount of help they can give is limited. That is not to say that our friends and our family are not important, are not valuable. Of course they are while we're alive. We have great experiences with them, and it's wonderful to have them there and love them and receive their love. But the point is realizing that there'll be an end to our relationship, and it's important to accept that and be prepared for that. And then secondly, our possessions, our money, our house or apartment, our clothes, our books, our furniture, whatever it is we own, all our possessions, phone, computer, and so on and so forth. These are things which we use a lot during our life. They're important and useful. Of course, they are useful for us. But how much help can they give us at the time of death? And again, there'll come the point in the process of dying when our mind leaves behind this life, this world, this body, and all our possessions. We can't take anything with us, even one single cent of our money, one single piece of clothing. So all of those things have to be left behind. So again, there's a limit to how much help they can give us. And then there's our body. While we're alive, we can use our body for many things. We can do lots of things with it. We can enjoy with it, have fun, have nice experiences. So it can be useful for us while we're alive. But again, when it comes to death, dying, we leave our body behind. Our mind, consciousness, awareness will separate from this body and go on its own to the next world, the next life, leaving our body behind. So if we have attachment to our body, if we have attachment to people and possessions and so on, then that actually can be a problem, a hindrance at the time of death. It may give rise to sadness, to fear, anxiety, worry, regret, or reluctance. I don't want to leave all these things behind. And that can make our mind disturbed at the time of death. So contemplating how we have to leave all these things behind can help us understand the importance of learning non-attachment, meaning enjoying these things, appreciating them while we have them, but being ready to leave them behind, say goodbye to them when that time comes. So contemplating these points may again lead to some anxiety. We may feel like we're lost at the time of death. There's nothing that can help us. But that's not true. Buddhism, Buddha's teachings say that there is something that can help us, and that is Dharma. Dharma meaning spiritual teachings, spiritual practices, spiritual experiences. They can help us at the time of death. One way they can help is when our mind leaves everything behind and goes to the next life, it goes with whatever imprints we have left on our mind by our behavior, our actions, our attitudes. So the things we do in our life, both good and bad, leave imprints on our mind, and those stay with our mind after death and go into the next life. So if we have bad imprints from doing negative things, harmful things, then that will unfortunately be the cause for bad experiences while we're dying and in the next life. On the other hand, if we try to refrain from or avoid bad or negative, harmful actions and instead try to do good things, helping people, living ethically, being generous, kind, loving, doing prayers, meditation, and so on, doing spiritual practices, those leave good imprints on our mind, positive imprints on our mind. And those positive imprints will help us at the time of death to be in a more positive state of mind. They will also help us after death. They will be the cause for good experiences in our next life. So just contemplate that and see if that makes sense to you. That doing Dharma practice now while we're alive will help us at the time of death and after death in the next life. And if that idea does make sense, if you're able to accept it, then you can come to the conclusion that you would like to engage in Dharma practice as much as you can, starting from now, today, tomorrow, this week. So start to do some Dharma practice and leave positive imprints in your mind. If you're not yet at the point where that makes sense to you and you're ready to make that kind of commitment, then you could conclude that you want to spend more time thinking about this, contemplating, investigating this. So come to some sort of positive, constructive conclusion as a result of this meditation. So now we have a break for dinner until 7. And some of you might want to stay here and just eat whatever is left over from lunch. Some of you might wish to go out and there's cafes and restaurants in the area. So it's up to you what you want to do. But if you do stay here, for those who do stay here, I would like to ask you again to try to keep the silence, mindful silence, and only speak if you really need to. So if you do need to speak, if you feel a strong wish to speak, it might be better to go outside just to keep this atmosphere quiet here. So then in the evening after dinner, we'll do practice of purification. So that means thinking about karma that we may have created that we'd like to purify, and doing this practice with the 4 opponent powers, which I'll explain, and then doing a practice like a remedy to the negative karma. So there's different remedies we can use, and I thought tonight we could do this practice of the 35 Buddhas, which involves imagining these 35 Buddhas in front of us and doing prostrations to them, long prostrations. Have any of you done long prostrations before? Some, okay. So if you haven't, you can learn how. You don't have to if you don't want to, or if you have some physical problems you're not able to do. But it's a nice practice to do, to purify. And then we'll do final dedication of our positive energy from today. So that will be the evening session. See you later. Thank you for coming today. Have a nice evening. What's their name? Mhm. Are you here tonight? I was thinking when I explain the prostration, could you demonstrate? Would you mind? Just to do a demonstration. It was just if I do it, if I do it myself, it's hard to explain and demonstrate at the same time. Don't worry. Thank you. So we're going to use the gold-colored prayer books. I think there's a few different versions. Two different versions. Yeah. Can you just check in the date in the front? Yeah, this is an older one. Try to get the one that's 2009. 2008. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the right one.
I don't know if you have.
All two.
No, that's old. I don't know. It's not, yeah, it should be.
It's a 35 page, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have one.
They shouldn't be so different, but the practice in my book starts on page 38, 39.
That's the same.
Same in the old one? Okay. So tonight I thought we could do this practice of purification. So purification is a practice done to clear away negative karma that we have created. So when we listen to Dharma teachings or read Dharma books and learn about Dharma, then we encounter teachings on karma, which basically means that the actions that we do leave imprints on our mind. And unless those imprints are purified, like in the case of negative actions, If we don't purify those imprints, then they stay in our mind, and they stay with our mind continuously, even after this life and into the next life, and even for many, many lifetimes, until the conditions come together and those imprints are ripen. It's kind of similar to what happens with seeds. You know, you can have seeds in the ground, and if the ground is dry, they don't grow, they don't produce any plants. But once there's moisture and it's all the right conditions, temperature, moisture, sun, so when the right conditions are there, then the seeds will sprout and start to grow and produce plants. So the karmic imprints that are left in our mind are like seeds. So they're sitting there in our mind, and when conditions come together, then they can ripen and produce experiences. So that's how Buddhism accounts for the experiences that we have. When we have good things happen to us or bad things happen to us, it's the result of karma that we created in past. I mean, there's other conditions as well. Weather and our health and the food we eat and the people we meet and so on. So those are conditions as well. But the main cause is said to be our karma from past lives. So karma isn't like fate. It's not that once we create some karma, that's it. We can't do anything about it, and we just have to go through the result. It can be, negative karma can be purified. So in that way, by purifying our negative karma, then we don't have to experience the result, or depending on how well we purify, we might have to experience some result, but not as bad as if we don't do any purification. So it's kind of like a way of reducing the bad result that we might have. So purification is an important part of practice to clear away our negative karma and also other negative energy that we have, like habitual tendencies, being greedy, selfish, angry, hateful, and so forth. So these habitual tendencies that we have also can be purified. So it's important to be able to progress along the path, progress in meditation, because again, if we have a lot of negative energy in our mind, that can make it hard when we try to meditate to have a good, calm, clear state of mind. And also for the realization of emptiness, to be able to understand emptiness, the true nature of things. If we have a lot of negative energy, negative karma, and negative thoughts and so forth, that makes it difficult to be able to understand emptiness. So it's also said that part of the practice of developing wisdom, the wisdom understanding emptiness, the true nature of things, is to purify the negative energy from the past. So traditionally in Tibetan Buddhism, there's a lot of practices for purification, and there's a set of practices called a ngundro. It's a Tibetan term, which means preliminary practices, and these are usually repeated 100,000 times. And so they include things like certain mantras like Vajrasattva mantra, taking refuge, and so on. So there's these practices that you do 100,000 times. And one of those practices is prostrations. So in the Gelugpa tradition, we do prostrations to the 35 Buddhas. So it's customary for people to do 100,000 at least. You can do more if you want, but 100,000 prostrations to the 35 Buddhas. So this practice of the 35 Buddhas has a story behind it. Apparently there was a bodhisattva, someone who is aspiring for enlightenment, and he did some bad thing, killed somebody or caused the death of somebody. It's not clear if it was done intentionally or not, but anyway, he caused the death of somebody. And then he felt very, very bad about that and wanted to purify it. And there were these Buddhas that appeared in space in front of him, 35 Buddhas, and they said, "We will help you to purify." And they taught him this practice of reciting their names and doing prostrations and confessing and purifying to them. So that's the background. And it's actually a sutra. The origin of this practice is a sutra. So presumably that means it goes back to the time of the Buddha. So it's not just something found in the Tibetan tradition. Actually, I remember reading a commentary to this practice by Nagarjuna. Nagarjuna lived 400 years after the Buddha. He was one of the great Indian masters. So it's at least that old. Anyway, so I thought that what we could do first is to do some meditation, to think about what it is we would like to purify, and then meditate on the four, what are called the four opponent powers for purification. Have you heard of those? Venerable Mary talked about it recently, and I did too. I think one of my teachings not too long ago. So the four opponent powers are, well, there's different ways of explaining them, different terminology that's used and different order in which they're explained. But the way I usually explain them is first regret, feeling regret. And that means thinking of the things that we have done that we realize are wrong, and then feeling a sincere sense of regret or remorse. And it needs to be differentiated from guilt. It's not the same as guilt. As my understanding of guilt is, it tends to be a you kind of get very absorbed in yourself and the things you feel bad about certain things, and you can kind of get stuck in that state of mind where you just feel, oh, I'm so bad, I did this bad thing, and I'm so bad, and I'm so bad. And so you just keep feeling bad, and you don't necessarily do anything constructive. I think sometimes people can feel guilty about things the whole life, right up till the end of their life. They continue feeling guilty, and they may not do anything constructive. So it's not like that. It's not that state of mind. It's more like maybe yesterday I said something to somebody that hurt their feelings. And afterwards I realized, oh, wow, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have said that. That was wrong. I feel bad. So you feel bad with the awareness that you did something that wasn't good. It wasn't wise. And then it leads to something constructive, some, action to clear up what you did. Like in that case, the best thing would be to apologize to the person, say, I'm really sorry, try to clear up the problem with the other person. But on top of that, if it's actually something negative, a negative action, then it also needs to be purified, the imprint on our mind. Just apologizing to the person will not clear up the karmic imprint. So we need to do something to clear that up. But anyway, that's the meaning of regret. It's the recognition that something we did or some things that we did were unwise, unskillful. Would have been better if we hadn't done those things. And then that motivates us to take action, to do something to clear it up. The second power is, it's called reliance. And in the case of, in the context of Buddhism, what it involves is relying on the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, the three objects of refuge, the three objects we take refuge in as Buddhists. If you're not a Buddhist, if you're a follower of another religious tradition, then you may have another set of objects, God, Jesus, Mary, the saints, Allah, whatever. So the beings, the things, the objects that you rely upon in your spiritual practice. that you take guidance from in your life. And that's one part of it. The other part is, in the context of Buddhism, renewing our altruism, our wish to live our life in a non-harmful way, not harming others as much as we can, helping others as much as we can. So this kind of is a foundation of our practice in Buddhism, trying to live compassionately and non-harmfully. And when we do negative things, we create negative karmas, it's often in relation to others. We do things that are harmful to others. So to counteract that, we generate this feeling of compassion, altruism. And then the third is remedy, the power of remedy, and that involves doing something positive to counteract the negative thing that we've done. So it's said that just about any positive thing could be done here, but there's 6 practices that are particularly recommended. Those of you who receive this set of materials from me can find this on page 8. It's on the very last page of those notes. And so the 6 recommended remedies are reciting sutras, words of the Buddha, meditating on emptiness, if you know how to do that. Meditating. What did you think? Levitating, yeah. The third one is reciting mantras, for example, Vajrasattva. I thought that tomorrow, at the end of our retreat tomorrow, we could do the Vajrasattva practice. So you can learn how to do that one as well. Then the fourth one is making Buddha images. So that can mean painting Buddha images, or in Tibet they would make these little things they called tsatsas, little images of Buddhas made out of clay or plaster or some kind of material. Then making offerings to holy objects. And the last mention is reciting the names of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So, for example, in this practice of the 35 Buddhas, the practice involves, ideally, you memorize the names, and then you can just recite the names, say the names while doing prostrations. But what we'll do tonight is I'll read the names. I know the names in Tibetan, but not in English. So I'll read the names in English, and then you can do prostrations while I'm doing that. And then after doing that, we can sit down and read the rest of the prayer. So there's a prayer where we just express our regret, our wish to purify, and so forth. And then the last power is the power of resolution. And that involves making a kind of promise or resolution that we won't go and do those actions again. We'll refrain from those actions again in the future. So it's said that if we practice those 4 powers, then there's nothing that can't be purified, no karma that can't be purified. So even if you commit murder or multiple murders, if you create really bad karma, it can always be purified. So, so let's start by doing some reflection, looking into our minds and trying to bring to mind things that we recall having done in the past that we would like to purify. So as an aid to identifying karma to be purified, I'll mention the the 10 non-virtuous actions that were taught by the Buddha. So there's many different kinds of non-virtuous or negative, harmful actions, but it said that these 10 are the main ones. So if we want to work on our karma and live in accordance with karma, we try to avoid these 10 actions and do the opposite, the 10 virtuous actions. But by the time we come to Dharma and learn Dharma, it's possible we may have already committed some of these 10 non-virtuous actions. So we can still purify them. And also, if you can accept that we've had past lives before this life, we've had other lives, if you can accept that idea, then it's quite possible, it's quite likely that we have created these 10 actions in past lives. So even if we haven't done some of them in this life, it's possible we did them in past lives. In fact, it said that Tibetan lamas say, we have done every possible negative action that there is. Even if we didn't do it in this life, we did do it in past lives. And so we can always, even if we can't remember exactly what we did in past lives, we can just guess and assume that we did negative actions in those lives as well. And we're still carrying the karmic imprints of those. So we can think of those and feel regret for them and wish to purify them. So of the 10 non-virtuous actions, there are 3 that are done with the body, 3 physical actions. One is killing, and that includes not just human beings, but any kind of living being. So it also includes animals, birds, fish, and insects. So they are sentient beings as well who value their lives and do not want to die, do not want to be killed. So if we have ever intentionally, consciously, deliberately killed any living being, then it's good to bring that to mind and feel a sense of regret and wish to purify it. The second is stealing, which is to take away something that doesn't belong to you. But it can also include not paying money that we owe. So if you owe money to someone and then you avoid repaying them, or if you don't pay taxes or fees or fares that you should pay. So that's also included in stealing. The third physical action is sexual misconduct or unwise sexual behavior, which mainly refers to adultery. If you have a spouse or partner and you have sex with someone other than your partner, or even if you aren't in a relationship but you have sex with someone else who is, and that person is being unfaithful to their partner. So that's the main type of unwise sexual behavior because it leads to suffering, unhappiness. But it's also any kind of sexual behavior that causes suffering. So, child abuse, rape, and so forth. So, try to recall if you've ever done such actions and feel a sense of regret for them. And then there are 4 actions of speech, verbal actions. One is lying, telling lies, deceiving people, not telling the truth. And then there's harsh speech, which is speaking in ways that hurt others. So it could be verbal abuse, criticizing, blaming, saying hurtful, unkind words to others. And then there's divisive speech, which is speaking in ways that cause disharmony between either two people or two groups of people. So if there's two people or two groups who are on friendly terms with each other, and then we talk in a way that causes them to be unfriendly, hostile, mistrustful of each other, or even if they're already on bad terms and we talk in a way that makes them even worse, so disliking each other even more, having even more disharmony. That's the meaning of divisive speech. I'll try to recall if you've ever done that. And then there's idle talk, which can include gossip, talking about people behind their backs, telling stories about them, whether they're true or not. But such talk can increase hostility, bad feelings, mistrust, attachment, and so on. It can also include just talking about things that aren't really important for no good reason, like just talking about sports or politics or movies or clothes, food, and so forth. So just kind of meaningless talk. So this is something we probably all do a lot. And it doesn't seem particularly harmful, but it can waste our time. It's not a very good use of our time, which is limited. And it can also increase disturbing emotions in our own minds and in the minds of others. And then there are three mental actions, actions that just take place in our mind. So one is called covetousness. And this is when we see something belonging to somebody else and we feel this strong desire to have it for ourselves. And we start making plans about how to get it. Even if we never carry out these plans, but just engaging in that kind of mental activity. How can I get that person's watch or camera or partner or child or dog? So it can also be a person. So it's based on very strong attachment and craving and self-centeredness. Like, I want that for myself. I don't care if it belongs to somebody else, but I want it for myself. So perpetuating that particular state of mind is harmful for ourselves and others. And then the next one is called malice or harmful intent. This is usually motivated by anger or hatred. It's when we want to harm somebody else and engage in thoughts like how we can hurt that person, what we can say that will hurt their feelings, or what we can do that will hurt them. It could even involve planning a murder. So we may never carry out such thoughts, but just engaging in such mental activity is harmful, is negative. And the last one is called wrong views. And this involves completely rejecting or denying something that is true, at least according to Buddhism, and important for our spiritual practice, our spiritual development. So, examples would be to reject the possibility of enlightenment, to say, oh, there's no such thing as enlightenment or liberation that can be achieved, no such thing as a Buddha, or no such thing as karma. It's not true, it's just a lie, or no past lives, no future lives. So it's not just having doubt about these things, but it's completely rejecting them, deciding that they are not true and closing our mind to them. Now, this is harmful because if we reject these ideas, then it's a hindrance to our spiritual practice. We won't be able to really practice properly the path leading to liberation and enlightenment. So the topic of karma is actually very complex because each action that we do has different factors, like what is our motivation? Why did we do it? And how many times did we do it? And to who did we do it? So depending on these factors, the action can become more or less negative or heavy, powerful. But this is just a brief look at the main non-virtuous actions. So you can just think, whatever of these actions I have done in this life and past lives, and all other negative actions I may have done that aren't included in these 10, I feel regret for them. I recognize that it was unwise, unskillful to do those things. And I want to purify so that I don't have to experience the bad results that would happen otherwise. I want to clear away this karma, because I realize that it can cause suffering if it's not purified. And it's also an obstacle to my spiritual practice and my spiritual development. So I would like to clear it away. So that's the first of the 4 powers. The second one is taking refuge, and then doing a remedy. So here we'll do this practice of the 35 Buddhas. And then we don't have a picture here of what they look like. So what you can do is just think of the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, as we visualized this morning. So remember that visualization and imagine he's there in the space in front of you, made of light, radiant, pure, and full of love and compassion and forgiveness. So remember, the Buddha doesn't feel any anger or irritation or impatience with us, but he's totally loving and accepting and forgiving and ready to help us once we are ready to do something like purification. So the Buddha is ready to help us. And then you just imagine that there are 34 other Buddhas. You can imagine them around this figure of the Buddha or below him. So don't worry about what they look like and how to visualize them. You can just imagine that they are there in the space in front. And they're all made of light, radiant, transparent, pure, all having love and compassion for you and all other living beings, all ready to help you to purify your karma and develop your mind along the path. Okay, so as I said, I'll recite the names of the Buddhas, and if you don't want to prostrate, you don't have to, but you're welcome to if you if you want. Some of you might not know how to do prostrations, so I'll just explain it. And Martin, can you demonstrate while I explain? So there's actually 2 ways. One is short prostration. So you're welcome to do that. And that involves, putting your hands together and then placing them first at the crown of the head, and then the forehead, and then in front of the throat and at the heart. And then going down on hands and knees and just touching your forehead on the floor and then standing up again. So that's the short way of doing prostrations. And the long way is you start in the same way. So touching the crown, forehead, throat, heart, and then going down hands and knees and then sliding all the way out and stretching your hands like that. And then you're supposed to come up quickly, not hang out on the ground. You might be feeling tired now at this time of day. You just want to have a little rest down there. But they say it's good to come up quickly because that signifies our wish to quickly get out of samsara so that we can help sentient beings. So we're supposed to get up again quickly. So so again, you're welcome to do the prostration, short or long or none if you prefer. And we can do them in the direction of the Buddha on the altar. And I don't know if you need anything under your knees. Do you just do it on the carpet without anything under the knees? Is that okay? Yeah, because it can hard on the knees. Or these cushions. So feel free to take not the big thick ones, but those little. Yeah, but those velvety ones over there. I think those are kind of flat. So you can just take, yeah, that or the velvet ones. Just take one of those to put under your knees. Otherwise, yeah, you can try the mat. So if we have more time, we could do one prostration for each Buddha, but that would take time. And also, if this is your first time doing prostrations, that might be a lot because that means 35 prostrations. So what I'll do is I'll just continuously recite the names and just do prostrations at whatever pace you wish. You can do them more quickly or more slowly as you prefer. Okay, so first there's a prayer of refuge, so I'll just recite that and you can start to prostrate. I, throughout all times, take refuge in the Guru. I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. I, throughout all times, take refuge in the Guru. I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. I, throughout all times, take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. And if you want, while you're doing the prostrations, you can imagine light flowing from the Buddhas into you and washing you, purifying all your karma. Okay, so I'll start with the names. To the founder, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, glorious conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha, I prostrate. To Tathagata, thoroughly destroying with Vajra essence, I prostrate. To Tathagata, radiant jewel, I prostrate. To Tathagata, King, Lord of the Nagas, I prostrate. To Tathagata, army of heroes, I prostrate. To Tathagata, delighted hero, I prostrate. To Tathagata, jewel fire, I prostrate. To Tathagata, jewel moonlight, I prostrate. To Tathagata, meaningful to see, I prostrate. To Tathagata, jewel moon, I prostrate. To Tathagata, stainless one, I prostrate. To Tathagata, bestowed with courage, I prostrate. To Tathagata, pure one, I prostrate. To Tathagata, bestowed with purity, I prostrate. To Tathagata, water god, I prostrate. To Tathagata, deity of the water god, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious goodness, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious sandalwood, I prostrate. To Tathagata, infinite splendor, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious light, I prostrate. To Tathagata, sorrowless glory, I prostrate. To Tathagata, son of non-craving, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious flower, I prostrate. To Tathagata, pure light rays, clearly knowing by play, I prostrate. To Tathagata, lotus light rays, clearly knowing by play, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious wealth, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious mindfulness, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious name, widely renowned, I prostrate. To Tathagata, king holding the victory banner of foremost power, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious one, totally subduing, I prostrate. To Tathagata, utterly victorious in battle, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious transcendence through subduing, I prostrate. To Tathagata, glorious manifestations illuminating all, I prostrate. To Tathagata, all-subduing jewel lotus, I prostrate. To Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, King, Lord of the mountains, firmly seated on jewel and lotus, I prostrate. And then there's also the 7 medicine Buddhas. To the Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, renowned, glorious, King of excellent signs, I prostrate. To the Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, King of melodious sound, brilliant radiance of skill, adorned with jewels, moon, and lotus, I prostrate. To the Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, stainless, excellent gold, illuminating jewel, who accomplishes all conduct, I prostrate. To the Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, glorious, supreme one, free from sorrow, I prostrate. To the Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, melodious ocean of proclaimed Dharma, I prostrate. To the Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, clearly knowing by the play of supreme wisdom of an ocean of Dharma, I prostrate. To the Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, medicine guru, king of lapis lazuli light, I prostrate. Okay, so now we can you can resume your seat, and we can read together the rest of the prayer, where we actually make the confession of the negative things we've done. So it's on page 49. So here we're actually, expressing our regret, and at the end it also expresses the wish, the promise to not do these actions again in the future. So that's the last of the four powers. So it's towards the bottom of the page, which starts with all those. Everyone there? All those, you 35 Buddhas and others, as many Tathagatas, Arhats, perfectly completed Buddhas as there are existing, sustaining, and residing in all the world systems of the 10 directions, all you Buddha Bhagawans, please pay attention to me. In this life and in all the states of rebirth in which I have circled in samsara throughout beginningless lives, whatever negative actions I have created, made others create, or rejoiced in the creation of, whatever possessions of stupas, possessions of the Sangha, or possessions of the Sangha of the 10 directions that I have appropriated, made others appropriate, or rejoiced in the appropriation of, whichever among the 5 actions of immediate retribution I have done, caused to be done, or rejoiced in the doing of, whichever paths of the 10 non-virtuous actions I have engaged in, caused others to engage in, or rejoiced in the engaging in, whatever I have created, being obscured by all these karmas, causes me and sentient beings to be reborn in the hell realms, in the animal realm, in the preta realm, in irreligious countries as barbarians or as long-life gods, with imperfect faculties, holding wrong views, or not being pleased with Buddha's descent, in the presence of the Buddha Bhagawans who are transcendental wisdom, who are eyes, who are witnesses, who are valid, and who see with omniscient consciousness, I am admitting and confessing all these negativities. I will not conceal them nor hide them, and from now on, in the future, I will abstain and refrain from committing them again. So actually up to there is the confession part, and the rest, the next part is rejoicing. So we're actually bringing to mind all the good things that we have done and feeling joyful about those and dedicating them to enlightenment. All Buddha Bhagawans, please pay attention to me. In this life and in all other states of rebirth in which I have circled in samsara throughout beginningless lives, whatever roots of virtue I have created by generosity, even as little as giving just one mouthful of food to a being born in the animal realm, whatever roots of virtue I have created by guarding morality, whatever roots of virtue I have created by following pure conduct, whatever roots of virtue I have created by fully ripening sentient beings, whatever roots of virtue I have created by generating bodhicitta, and whatever roots of virtue I have created by my unsurpassed transcendental wisdom, all these assembled and gathered, combined together, I fully dedicate to the unsurpassed, the unexcelled, that higher than the high, that superior to the superior. Thus I completely dedicate to the highest, perfectly complete enlightenment. Just as the previous Buddha Bhagawans have fully dedicated, just as the future Buddha Bhagawans will fully dedicate, and just as the presently abiding Buddha Bhagawans are fully dedicating, like that I too dedicate fully. I confess all negativities individually. I rejoice in all the merits. I urge and implore all Buddhas to grant my request. May I receive the highest, most sublime, transcendental wisdom. To the conquerors, the best of humans, those who are living in the present time, those who have lived in the past, and those who will likewise come, to all those who have qualities as vast as an infinite ocean, with hands folded, I approach for refuge. So imagine light flowing from all the Buddhas, and it comes into you, completely filling your body from the top of your head down to your toes and fingertips, every part of your body, all the cells, molecules, atoms, tiny particles. Imagine you're totally saturated by this pure light, and all the negative karma you've created from beginningless time is completely purified, vanished, becoming non-existent, and your whole body becomes like light or like crystal, completely clean, clear, pure. And it's also good, whatever understanding of emptiness we have, to bring that in, so we can at least just think about emptiness. The meaning is that there's no I, me, who is a real, independently existing creator, doer of negative karma. And there's also no real, inherently existing negative karma that we create, and no real, inherently existing objects towards which we create negative karma. So all these things, all beings, all phenomena, animate, inanimate, all actions, everything that exists is empty of existing in a real, solid, fixed, permanent, inherent way. So all these things are empty. That doesn't mean they don't exist at all. They just don't exist in the very solid way they normally appear to us. Now imagine that the Buddhas, all the 35 Buddhas, dissolve into Shakyamuni Buddha, the main Buddha, like the one we visualized this morning. And then visualize that Buddha melting into light and dissolving into you. Feel a sense of oneness. Your mind and the Buddha's mind are actually, on the ultimate level, exactly the same. The ultimate nature of your mind, the ultimate nature of the Buddha's mind are exactly the same. And you have the potential to achieve the same mind, all the realizations, all the wonderful qualities that the Buddha has. So now let's make a dedication of merit, of all the merit, the positive energy we have created today, doing all these different practices, meditations, discussions, and so on. So we worked really hard and did a lot of good things for ourselves and for others, because we did it with the motivation of wanting to help all living beings, wanting to reach enlightenment to help all living beings. So we've created a lot of good energy. So now we'll dedicate that positive energy to our attainment of enlightenment, to benefit all living beings. So if you have the practice that we used this morning, that little booklet, on the last page is the 2 prayers, dedication prayers. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And let's also dedicate to the long lives of all spiritual teachers, particularly His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness Karmapa, and all the teachers of all traditions who are teaching the path to enlightenment, helping sentient beings, helping the world. May they all live long and have good health. May all their wishes and prayers be fulfilled. And then there's also these names on the dedication list. So we could also dedicate for them. Stina Malmbor, Katja Karma, Christopher Melander, Emily Meng, Louise Borhilt, and her unborn baby, Ellen Mortensen, Dort Grosser, Son Lauritsen, Previn Lauritsen, Henrik, Sally, Carolyn, and Genki. All carers and all being cared for. Eleanor, who's suffering from pain. Eleanor Hartstein Franklin. Sophia Hartstein Franklin. Dominique Hartstein Franklin. Peter Mickinson. Henning, Christian, and Anna. Hope I got them right. And all other beings who are sick, who are suffering physically or mentally, who are dying, who have already passed away. So may all their suffering be relieved. May they find peace of mind, happiness, and complete liberation from suffering and full enlightenment. Okay, so that's it for today. Joseph wanted to play a little bit as a finale.